Hello. Do I have the BGM on? I do, but I can't hear it, so I can play Spotify. Awesome. Hello, everyone. Yeah. They gamified us. I'm sorry. I can't turn it off. I have no option. People have been complaining about this recently. So I have no choice about this. Anyway. I'll make myself a little bigger. Oh, I forgot to... I wanted to give you guys membership icons. I haven't done that. I could go do that right now. I can go do that. What if I go do that? I'll do that. What would the icon be? I think those batteries that I have floating in the background, actually. I think instead of just making it something, just something nice and easy, where I can just have them charge up to different levels. It's gonna go, it's gonna be empty. You know, it's gonna be like 1, 2, 3, and then, maybe I could even do empty. All right, what is the size for... all right. And then I'll have it, you know, change the color, you know, from red, green, no, red, yellow, green, and then it catches on fire. I think that's the way to do it. Yeah, I like that. All right. Google membership icon size. Let me see. YouTube. Is it in studio? It might be in studio. Yeah, community? No. Copyright? No. Duh, of course it's not copyright. Earn? Earn. It's an earn. Earn. Okay. And then after OffKai, I'm going to do, what's it called? I'll start doing membership streams too, which I know I've been meaning to do. I've been meaning to do it. Okay, where's the loyalty badges? Customize, there they are. Upload my own. Okay, we can just do it. Image sprite size. We'll do 160 by 160. Ah, no, sprite canvas size 160 by 160. Yeah, well, I want to start doing membership streams when I get back. 160? 8? No, that's not the right. What is 250? 256 divided by 2 is 128. I can't do that. Whatever. Okay, fire emoji. Emoji designs. Give me the... Alright, give me a good old-fashioned emoji. All right. File, import, sprite sheet. No, not a sprite sheet. Sprite, layer, new layer. File, import, edit, open. I want to. I don't feel like drawing my own fire. Yeah, what about open game art? And then we look at the old stuff, fire. Old ass fire ones. Oh, also, sorry. Thank you, Fresh Toast, for the membership, and thank you for the super. Thank you, thank you. Sorry, my brain is. I'll start talking once I get this done. Maybe I should go grab some tea. Should I go grab some tea? I should maybe go grab some tea. I should probably go grab some tea. Yeah, I'll start chatting. I didn't introduce myself. I haven't done anything. I just, yeah, I'll go get some tea. I'll go get some tea. I'm gonna go really quickly make some tea. Should not take me very long. I should go get tea. I should go get tea. I'm doing normal right now, I think. Definitely go doing normal. Incredibly doing normal. Everything is normal and good. I'll do the orange. There we go. I'm gonna start adding more emotes too, I think. We don't have a lot of members, but we do have enough to like start adding more emotes. Okay. We could file open. I should have done the, no, I'm gonna need to do a, I'll probably need to make that. Oh wait, I was gonna go get, okay, I'll be right back. I'm a little out of it if you guys can't tell. am back. Hello, I'm back. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. I am Lilybwees. I am your divorced hag tuber. Welcome, welcome. Today we are co-working. I was just getting tea. I'm sorry. Right now I'm making membership badges because I realized I've been meaning to do that for a while. So I'm doing that. So let's get sure, we'll grab the old Google emojis. I like these. File, actually, what if we just file, open, downloads, image size, sprite size. Am I just having battery 4 and I'm gonna do no 3 layers, and then the final layer it explodes. That's the goal here. Is it catches on fire. Layer. We could just do sprite size. Because LiPo batteries are flammable. As I'm sure most of you are aware. But they're incredibly flammable. That's why they're one of the things I don't like fucking with. It depends on the battery banks. They've started introducing new things about them. So, that's such a dumb. Okay, well, we're going to go right now is just to make this. So I'm gonna do red. We're not using lead acid batteries. I refuse. Here, I'm just gonna do very saturated colors, I think. I'll just do red, orange, and then yellow, I think. Or red, yellow, green. Here, we're gonna export this, save as. You are going to be a PNG. And you're going to just be bat1. Yes, okay. And then okay. And then I'll finally have the long promised let's see, how many is that right? Does that look right? No, that looks right. And then I'll finally have the long promised membership badges. Okay, so we need to, real quick, single one and single pixel here. Okay, this one's gonna be the green one. What color green? Just want to make sure it's a nice green. That's a decent green. I don't have to do this right now. Yeah, but I kind of want to. I'm looking for distractions, okay? Don't take this away from me. File, export, or I can just do white for the rest. And then do green in the middle. I'll do that. Yeah, it's a little treat before I have to get back into the research grind. So yeah, my hand's still not 100%, but it's... Unfortunately, I don't have my wrist brace is the big issue. I can't find the good one. And that's a bummer. Like, it's... the one that I had was actually straining my wrist to wear, so I stopped wearing that one. So my hand's not at 100%, but the thing was, 2 days ago it was hurting a lot. Yesterday, it, like, you could feel it straining to move it. Today, it's like a very slight amount of strain, but I'm thankfully not going to be doing anything repetitive today. It's going to be a bunch of different positions and stuff for my hand, so it shouldn't stress the injury significantly. I'm just at the point where I need to do things, and I can't wait long for a chronic injury to succeed, if that makes sense. Unfortunately. I don't like doing this. I don't like putting strain on my hand, fundamentally. I just can't find the wrist brace, and so I'm just not doing any repetitive clicking, not doing any repetitive movements at all. Thankfully, because it's going to be a lot of typing, moving stuff around, and all of that. So it just won't cause the repetitive injury, is the hope. Meowdy next time. When we have the money for insurance, I will go see a specialist and actually deal with it properly. But until then, this is kind of what I'm doing, unfortunately. I don't love it. I do not love... I just... Can I ask Mint? Oh, God. Hi, Mint. I'm injured my hand. Can you Moy kiss it, please, for me? I don't love pain. I don't like... I wish my hands... I wish I did not have a chronic injury, unfortunately. I would love to not have a chronic injury. I'm not a fan of it. It sucks so badly. I just feel bad because I was like giving shit to friends and people who keep streaming even though they're in even though they've like damaged their vocal cords in their throat. And it's like I just like yeah. There's just, it's a non-negotiable deadline. I'm doing my best not to strain it. It's not hurting. If it was, yeah, remember how well, I'm not doing that anymore. But yes, it very explicitly is not straining my wrist. I'm making sure, no, it was berry bug. But Mint is also taking time off, and Mimi is also taking time off. It's just like, all my friends and Oshis are like, it's frustrating. So right now I'm just trying to be good on my wrist. Um, I'm trying not to have any. Yeah, I mean, I was paid for my summer vacation research, I will say. All my undergrad research work was paid, thankfully. It was paid pretty well, too. It was like very... Like, I was able to rent a place close to the, closer to school than with my, during the week. Yeah, comp sci undergraduate research at where I was, did pay. And it was, like, it was fairly competitive. Which was the nice part. Like, it wasn't anything substantial. I mean, like, it wasn't... But, like, it beat doing part-time work or something. It was more than I would have been making part-time, is what I'll say. I don't actually remember the exact amount anyway, but I was pretty happy with it. It was enough to pay for food and for food costs and housing costs. Like very, very cheap, shitty like taking an acquaintance's spare room in their townhouse level of... it just was not great. But it worked. No, I ate a lot of rice. It was mostly rice. I love you, rice. Mighty number 9 was with a regular job. We don't talk about that. That was during early contract work. Yeah, that's Rice knows. Rice knows I obviously don't feel about him that way. No offense to anyone who does, but look, I can see why people would like Rice, I will say. He's a very good friend of mine, but... yeah. Like, people I talk with on a daily basis. So... yeah, excited to see him at OffKai, actually. It should be a lot of fun. Bat 02. And then we just need to do battery 1. Okay. Alright, the question is, do I like the... Hello, Halo. Yeah, I'll do this for bat 1. Sure. Graphic design is my passion. These suck. But new member. Bat 1 after 2 months. Bat 2. After 6 months, it turns green, and then after 12 months, it catches on fire. Done. All right. And then I'll start adding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. And then I can add like a bunch more emoji. I can add like 3 more later. Okay. Membership badges should be live. I don't know if they are. Okay, yes, they are. They're not like anything special. It's just batteries that charge up and then catch on fire, depending on the amount. And eventually I'm gonna have the little Lilybwees as a mascot. Eventually, I'll do a, if I have money in the future. And then I like the Calamalware design that Cindy did. One day. All right, well, that part's done. I accomplished one thing today. Good stream, everyone. All right. No, we're not actually ending. All right. I need to work on my panel. I need to stop being lazy and just work on it. I'm so bad about like it'll be fine. All right. Time to look at old code. Yeah, I mean I am gonna be there. I already have my room. I have my room, I have my plane tickets, it should be good. And then I hope next year I can go to one of the Eurocons, because I want to see friends. And unfortunately, getting to the US is kind of almost impossible for me. I don't know where my phone went. Oh, there it is. Yeah, here's a Eurocon, or even just a Japan trip would be fun. Yeah, I like got the original, I got offers from like Tinfoil and some other to help me pass out the paper, but the one I don't know if I'm gonna have the written white paper in time. I could do MGC. We'll see. It's gonna depend on how familial situation works out. Because right now I'm behind on rent, is where we're at. Very behind. It is only due to the good graces of my landlord that I'm still good. But hopefully that should all resolve very soon. I hope. I'm gonna just do a rant stream when it's all done. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So, yeah, landlord Mane-san, best friend, girl, ex-girlfriend. Yeah, pretty much. She's a saint for not having thrown Gribbo out the window. She's a saint for a lot of reasons. Dokumi is the best Eurocon if you're into idols. Dokumi would be fun. Yeah. Also, I've just been... I am late. I was late to stream, not for any good reason. I was late to stream because I was looking at Magic the Gathering cards. Not to buy, just to play. But I'm like... The new Final Fantasy cards are pretty fun. I want to play EDH. I've been playing with the idea of a no, I've been playing with this. I used to play on MTGA a little bit. Around the D&D set is when I like really got into the game briefly. Because there's a card called Ochre Jelly. That's right, I could play with Tummy. That would be fun, actually. There is this card, although I like the special art better. Why am I linking the Gatherer, not the Scryfall? MTG. Here's the Gatherer, and then we want to do this one. Okay, I'm gonna link the better one. Okay, here we go. This is just better artwork because it's like the more OG style AD&D artwork, which I really like. I'm a sucker for this. I have this card. This is one of the few Magic cards I actually physically own. I have like 2 pre-con decks and like cards from like 2 or 3 pre-releases. And then like a couple singles, and that's my MTG collection. It isn't a collection. But yeah, I like this card. It basically you know, it has however many counters on it, you know, and then every time it gets killed, it splits into 2, or no, or well, it just splits into 1. But the you know, that's half its size, and then it keeps splitting. It's fun. Like, you know, one half of it dies, but then there's a smaller version, and then a smaller, and you know, like Slimes and Games. But you can just do a lot of shenanigans with how many tokens actually end up on the card. So you can instead have it every time it's killed, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Yeah, it's like Minecraft slime. The ooze cards have a bunch of fun effects, and the Hydra cards have a bunch of fun effects. So I just kind of... There's a bunch of cards that basically, based on the strength when it dies, it either creates a whole bunch of little guys, or it like creates other guys. So I want to make cards, you know, just a deck based around this mechanic. Is there any other cards with split in the ability? Or is it only on Ochre? Yeah, there is Saw in Half, which is fun. It's a fun card. It keywords the ability, which is why I'm wondering if there are any other cards with it. Like, that's the... Like, you'd think if they keyworded it, they'd have more cards with that, right? That's not... Yeah, it's a keyword or a flavor word. But No, I want to search syntax. I want to search the card text. Oh, split. This is just a bunch of split seconds. There's nothing else. I was just hoping we'd have something with that. But yeah, I need to look through and find all the cards that have the. I used to MTG deck builder. There was a Moxfield? I think I have like a Moxfield account. Yeah, Mitotic Slime and Triplicate Titan. Yes, cards like that. Just, but there's more, there's some Hydra cards that, so like Mitotic Slime is fun, but like it doesn't have the, it's not counter and token, it's not counterfuckery. That's the fun part about it, is the, yes, I'm getting distracted, that's okay. I am looking at my code, actually. So let's see, Moxfield, what the fuck is my, okay, that's my username on there. This one? Yeah, so now I have like some cards where I was just putting in a bunch of these X token cards. I wasn't including the blue ones, and I think if I did it, I would do more blue ones. But yeah, there's like Saw in Half. Then there's like cards like yeah, it has like the lands and the colors and stuff. There's also like Dino DNA and a bunch of other. There's just a bunch of. There's a card. There's a Splitting Slime, which is fun. There's Scute Swarm, which is fun. There's like Watchful Radstag. There's I mean, there's a bunch of these doubling cards. One of the ones that I find really cool is Infested Thrinax. It's this card which is like, it has this whenever it enters the battlefield, whenever a non-token creature you control dies, create, you know, like a bunch of little sapperlings, and like kind of the idea would be doing just a bunch of cards like that. And there's a bunch of these Swarm and like other types of cards, and then there's like Fungal Sprout. There's just a bunch of things that it's like fungus and oozes and hydras, and they're just fun cards. I was looking at a lot of these X token cards. Yeah, I like Sapperlings. I really like Sapperlings. The tokens that I was really into, I really like Sapperling stuff, and then I also like the pests. There are these tokens that when they die they heal you, and you know, if you're doing black, green, white, like any of those colors, you can do a bunch of stuff based off of that life gain. So just creating things in pest, sacrificing the pest. adding a bunch of tokens and other stuff onto other things. But I really like a lot of the oozes, the funguses, the insects, the hydras, the plants. These are like my favorite cards. And there's a lot of ones that double tokens and double counters, which just makes everything way stronger. And then there are cards like Hazel of the Root Bloom, which I think is just a fun card. There's the anime version of Hazel, which is like $200, and it makes me so upset. Yeah, Hazel of the Root Bloom is just a cool card where you, beginning of the end step, you can create a token that's a copy of a target token you control. But there's also, yeah, there's just a bunch of, fun cards with this that all do, and I forget, I had keywords for this. I mean, because that's the thing for this, I'm really going to need to go through all these, like there's a bunch of white cards that are very good, but then there are also a lot of really fun blue oozes. Blue oozes and blue hydras is another thing of the... So it's going to take a while for me to, like, get all the different cards that I think these are fun to play around. And we are now starting to get a few oozes and plants and stuff from the Final Fantasy set. But yeah, there's like you know, like there's the mimeoplasm, but there's a really fun commander that I really so all the jellies tend to be most of them are black or green, so you can include most of them in whatever deck. There are a bunch of but there are a bunch of green one. I mean, a bunch of blue cards as well, which are pretty good. Blue's the, so that's why I was trying to think. So I'm probably gonna do, I don't know what it's called, like green, black, blue. So I think with this, I'm not trying to necessarily go infinite. I'm like, this is more meant to be like a couple like really powerful cards, and then I think there are words for these like bracket. They introduce a bracket system, but basically it's, you know, like there's some of the token and counter doublers, but what are the brackets? Like bracket 3, I think. Like either 2 or 3 is kind of the level I want to make a deck for. There's just a bunch of the fun doublers are, I think, classified as game changers in MTG, right? Let's see, sorted by color. So those are the white tutors. There's the black one. These are the greens. Is game changer. I thought that wasn't doubling season, and is it just not? Are they not game changers? They aren't. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, okay, then probably like 2 or 3 probably. If I did 3 and I'd play, yeah, it'd be EDH, but I'd probably be playing it online. So like there's just, you know, there's some fun, it'd mostly be like probably like the tutor. Like if I was doing 3, I'd probably throw in Gaia's Cradle for playing online. My friend actually has a copy of it. She has she actually has Gaia's Cradle. Yeah. But there are just a bunch of fun Hydra cards that are just silly. Like some of the ones that I like are I mean, just the Hydras are fun because the Hydras always do the enters with the X 1+1. Yep, Hydras are mostly in the same colors. They tend to be green or blue for a lot of the Hydras. There are some red ones as well, but it's mostly green or blue. But there's a fun black one. Yeah, I can't wait for the Final Fantasy set. Like this card's fun. Enters with 3+1/+1 on it. Whenever another creature dies, you can put like counters on it, and then when it dies, it creates another Hydra. So they're fun. I like the but there's one that's like really, really fun. I mean, there's a bunch that do all the doubling stuff too. They're fun cards. The Hydras are fun. It's just a bunch of doubling or like things on death. They're very fun cards. And there's a bunch that just increase the number of tokens and all of that. And I like that. I like the kind of the I really like the just that kind of counter and token ramp. To me, that's really fun. And then I like sacrificing tokens to do shit. That's why I like the pest tokens, but that's more, but I just kind of like the green of tokens with counters, and you have a lot of them. And That's just fun to me. But then there was one fun and I saw this earlier. It was I don't know what the term for blue, green, black is. A sultai. Okay. There's just a lot of fun. I mean, obviously, opening up stuff to blue is... I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Is basically... every deck is basically blue. No, the one that I was looking at is... it wasn't a very common one. I mean, Muldrotha's cool, but it was a very simple commander. Yeah, this one. Let me grab you. Here. There is just this commander, which is like... it's nothing special? But... like... you can see why I'm like, oh. I like him. 'Cause if I'm just doing simple... yeah, like that's the proliferate and the populate just... they're fun. He's in the right colors. And he's a cool fungus pirate. Like, that's kind of the thing where, it doesn't need to be super, super anything. It just needs to do it does shenanigans. It's not a super powerful, and then there's also, there's this one too, which would be very funny as a commander. Just me playing Titus is like kind of funny. And then there's a bunch of fun new Final Fantasy cards that I would just want to play because they're Final Fantasy. That's the thing. Magic has so many cards. It's like I just want to play the cards that seem neat to me. So there's like a bunch of yeah, it's just pet cards and stuff. They're just fun. Also, one of the coolest cards is I mean, I love these. I love the new commander cards. And then there's just, there's stuff like Sin, which is really cool. And that's, there's Professor Hojo, there's Sphere Grid. They have all these just really fun, like, this is just, so I love the Sphere Grid, which is why I'm kind of interested in it. Like this card. Like, it's a 2-cost, is it anything amazing? Maybe not, but like, it's fun. If I'm playing a silly counter deck, yeah, it's cheap. It's a fun effect. And then there are just cards like this that are fun. Like, that is just... I don't know, there's like... Also, I've had a huge crush on Genova since I was a child. But honestly, I think Hazel is... I mean, it turns everything into yeah, I said Genova. It turns everything into mutants. That's the fun thing. That's the fun... Green-black just has all these fun cards, and blue just adds a little bit more fuckery. That's very fun. Which I appreciate. It's like... Like, you know, the colors I gravitate towards green. I am very much a green player. But blue has all the fish. Blue has all the fish and a lot of the slimes. So the thing about blue is I come from Yu-Gi-Oh! Where in Magic terms, games last 1 turn. You get the first turn player, you get the player that's on the draw, and the game either ends there, or it ends when the first player gets to go again. So it lasts 1 to 1.5 turns in Magic terms. In Yu-Gi-Oh! We count turns from turn 1 is the player going first, turn 2 is the first, you know, time you can draw. You know, that's when the second player goes, turn 3. Because, you know, we everything has haste. So games can end that turn. But because games go so quickly and everything combos, so the big thing is blue is the only way. So we basically play what's the equivalent of blue's cards. Everyone has 12 to 15 counterspells in their deck. We have 40 card decks. We all play 12 to 15 counterspells. Because that's the only way you have a chance to keep the other player from comboing off, and like that's sometimes the only way you get like your second turn. Or it's the only way that you yeah, it's the only way you get your second turn. Or it's the only way that you can win on your turn by like either preventing them from building up their board or breaking their board. So yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game where basically everyone specs into blue. That is Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel, which is really fun. It's awesome, and in the US and other non, you know, and basically in TCG countries, it is only in Duel Links, We don't have paper versions of it yet. If we get a paper version of Rush Duel, I am pivoting completely, and I am trying to learn and play that at a competitive level. It's just... Rush Duel is literally, what if we fixed all the problems in Yu-Gi-Oh! And rebalanced it? And instead of doing like endless combos and stuff, you have multiple turns. Yeah, you could just keep summoning and your hand replenishes itself every turn. It's insane. And it feels really good. It's just, and also the art it has amazing art. It's like, oh, like, I like a lot of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Art, but the art is very small on the page, which is always a problem. Yeah, like, and it also puts ritual monsters in the extra deck. Which, if you know ritual cards, is one of the big problems with them. It fixes a lot of the issues where but like it also introduces a thing where you can have like one legendary card in your deck. This is where you put Pot of Greed. So like if you want to, as your legendary card, you can play Pot of Greed. But you know what else is a legendary card? To give you an idea of the power level of this game, Summoned Skull. OG Summoned Skull. No effects. Because they are actually balancing around stats. But yeah, it's really interesting. It's like, what if, like, it kind of feels like old school Yu-Gi-Oh! But way sped up. It very much feels like they looked at Magic, again. They looked at Pokemon, you know, and they looked at like a bunch of the other contemporary card games, like Vanguard and some of the others, and they were like, what do we do to fix our game? And then they came out with all the rules. And it works. It's so fun. And the problem is, if you want to play it in a language that isn't like Japanese, maybe you can also play it in Korean. Regardless, if you want to play it outside of Asian territories, you have to play it in Duel Links. And Duel Links is Master Duel as far as like, yeah, there's a lot of problems with Master Duel, but in monetization, it's pretty good. You can play completely free to play without issue. Duel Links is how do we make as predatory as how do we make our monetization as predatory as possible for a card game? That's Duel Links. It's insane. The fact that people are okay with that is insane to me. It's just, it's bad. Duel Links is so bad. And also, like, limited time cards. Like, are you fucking kidding me? You're making a card game, but then you're hiding the cards against, like, seasonal or, like, one-time events? That's where you're putting a bunch of your cards? You have to participate in events to get them? You can't just open them from a pack or unlock them, like, or craft them. You have to do events? Like, fuck off. Like Master Duel, you're not... the only limited time cards are a few alternate art cards, which is fine. Yeah, that's the kind of thing you put behind a limited event if you want to, like, Put stuff there. Alternate art, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Anyway. But yeah, Genova is a fun card. I like Genova. Magic is fun, but it just... The highs that I get playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Are way higher than what I've gotten from Magic, if that makes sense. You also get way worse lows. Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, some of the most fun I've ever had playing a card game has come from Yu-Gi-Oh! And some of the worst experiences I've ever had playing a card game have also come from Yu-Gi-Oh! Whether that be digital or in paper. Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Once you understand it, and if you build, you can have insane levels of interactivity. Where, like, every single of... Like, where every other, like, every effect or every other effect activation, you can respond with another effect. And it's just, like, it's very interesting and interactive. And literally every play, you're considering, how do I respond to it? But, like, in Yu-Gi-Oh! You're chaining 20, 30 effects a turn. You know, you're activating, like, 20, 30 effects a turn. Basically, sometimes. So, like, that's a lot. Like, that's, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! Only lasts, like, 1 to 2 turns. Like, you know, it doesn't last long, but the games still take a while. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has way too much text. We don't keyword. That's a big problem. But I'm like, people say Yu-Gi-Oh! Has way too much text and your cards are unreadable. I've seen Modern Magic cards. And also I've seen original Magic cards which are actually unreadable. Like, it's fun looking at original Magic cards which are unreadable because they didn't know how to write game text, and unreadable because they didn't know how to make trading cards. It's like, you can't read anything on this card because they're weirdly phrased, and the contrast and legibility of the physical card is so bad. It's like super saturated, busy backgrounds that are way too close to the color of the text. And it's like, oh my god, it's literally impossible to read these cards. But yeah, I don't know if I linked Hazel, and I do really like Hazel. I wanted anime Hazel so bad. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. With your cards, you're memorizing all your cards anyway. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Problem really comes with trying to read opponents' cards if they're not playing a meta deck. Or if you just don't memorize cards. I don't memorize cards. I'm bad at Yu-Gi-Oh! That's why I don't have encyclopedia. I play very, 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 very casually. But yeah, I love this. Just as a commander, it's the cute anime art. It's a squirrel, which is just fun. And then it's just... It's just as a command, like, it's like you make copies. You make copies of cards. It's awesome. I like Hazel so much. I wish I could play the anime version without spending $200 on a piece of cardboard for a game that I don't actually play. Yep, it's well supported with a lot of scroll cards, but even without that, it's in the, what is it, Golgari? It's in the right colors to play with, like, all of the ooze cards, a bunch of the Hydra cards. There's just a bunch of fun cards. Misc wood Nexus. Let me look that one up. Yeah, and there's also changelings. Yep, and that's also fun. Like, there's all these shapeshifter cards in green and blue. And that's just... Yeah, she is Golgari, but like, I mean, I think I'm probably going to do... I forgot the name of it already, but... I don't know if I'm gonna do Xavier, but those colors, the green, blue, black, I think are just fun colors, right? Yeah, there are a bunch of cards in black that are just very fun to me. And then, but I mean, so like I have to play green. I was thinking green, white, black. Like either green, black, green, white, black, or green, blue, black. Yeah, there's a lot of fun commanders, and there's just a lot of cards that I like. And I like, you know, for playstyles, I like token spam, token ramp, counter ramp, and then also like a bit of aristocrat stuff. There's a bunch of just fun vampire cards. That are just like very, very fun. I don't know. I'll find eventually a just a good commander, I think. So the card I like is, yes, I'm just being very, I'm not getting distracted. There's this card that I really like of this plant lady. That just goes really well with pest tokens. Yeah, and she's just, because I like, there's a bunch of cards that are really fun. So that's what I played when I played Arena. I played a bunch of cards with the, when something dies, you gain life, or when something dies, your opponent loses life. And I would just you know, and I would combine a bunch of these cards, just like Bastion of Remembrance or something. Is that the card? Yeah. What do you mean they're reprinting it in Final Fantasy Commander? Holy shit. Oh, that's such a, But yeah, it's when this, whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. And then, you combine a bunch of those cards, you sacrifice a bunch of pests, it's life gain and burn at the same time. It's fun, and now suddenly, if you just get a bunch of these little 1/1 pest because pest tokens are just... They're very fun. They're just 1/1 cards that when you, when they die, you gain 1 life. And it's just, so there's like 10 the pests, which is a, you sacrifice 1 of your own creatures and you create X 1/1 pests, and it's based on the strength of the creature. So you can do like all these like token stuff and then just sacrifice a couple guys, get 1,000,000 pests, and sacrifice, especially because a lot of these have death effects. So you just kind of combine that and everything, it's fun. Yeah, just a deck about freaky little guys. But yeah, I am curious about, if I did do the green, blue, black, what would my commander be? I'm not sure what it would be. I don't know. Because, I know the big thing... And, there's some fun cards. There's Mimeoplasm. Which is, yeah, there's good stuff. But I will say, the cards that I always gravitate towards: the funguses, the oozes, the hydras, the insects. Those are the cards that I'm in plants and fungi, that's kind of that's just what I'm interested in, so. So yeah, that's why Xavier's nothing special, but it exists. It's cheap. It's cheap, it exists, and it does exactly kind of what I would want it to. Tevil. Tevil's kind of fun. Big ol' dragon. Yeah, Xavier is seems like kind of a card that isn't anything amazing, but it works with so many things. It can sacrifice other creatures. And it can copy stuff. And those are both really, really good. It gives access to blue cards. I don't know. It's fun. But yeah, so I need to look at a bunch of the yeah. Yeah, it's just it just is a cool card. And also Fungus Pirate, like, yeah. I just wish it was a Fungus Pirate lady. Like, that would... that's the only downside. It is not a Fungus Pirate lady, unfortunately. That's fine, though. Not everything needs to be a pirate lady. They should be, though. But yeah, eventually I do want to kind of play with friends and just get into it. I'm just, you know, I'm not... It's not my card game, so I don't want to get, like, too hardcore. I say this, I've been talking about it for over an hour. Let's get to work. Get to work. How do I access the control room for you? There it is. Yeah, I just want to yap. I mean, I haven't been able to stream super often, so I'm just like a little bit... You know? I'm gonna change my Spotify mix. What is this one? This looks like a bunch of insane rhythm games. Rhythm game songs. Alright, let's... I mean, you guys have your little badges now, which is nice. I'm happy with that. That makes me happy. Yeah. Okay. Alright, back to... Alright. Let me go grab some more tea. I'll be right back. Hi, Grievous. Alright, well... You know what? I at least want these guys flying around and working fine. Without predation and stuff. So... ready, separation distance squared equals separation distance. What is that optimization that I'm doing? I don't know what the chat leaderboard is. I'm sorry. I can't turn it off. I want to turn it off, but it doesn't let me. It does not let me. Okay, let's see. Do I do... What do I use? Square delta? Called every frame. Delta's the elapsed time. Can't believe I commented this. Get cohesion. Void count. Flock center cohesion for Boyd. Flock center plus the global position. Equals 1. Oh, that zeroes it. So let's see, what is Boyd's? Var Boyd's equals overlapping bodies. So let's change that to bird site instead of fish site. Get overlapping bodies, that's fine. For Boyd and Boyd's. And then we can just do it based on, okay. So let's change the alignment distance, cohesion distance. We'll put all these the same. So cohesion. How do I get the global position? So we just want a if global position. What is it? How do you... I'm so... If global position does not eat... Alright, we square it all, because that just makes things way faster for compute. Okay, cool. Then we can just... Squared 2, distance squared 2. Is that just faster? Yeah, it runs faster than distance 2, so that's why we square everything. Okay, and now I remember what I was doing. Thank you. Var cohesion distance squared float. Var alignment distance squared float, and then var separation alignment cohesion. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Alignment, cool. I can't believe I like actually only 3 weeks until you disappear into the woods. You have to come back though after. When is Dokumi? in a week. Okay. Alignment. Distance squared equals alignment distance squared. Okay. The nice thing is I not only commented my code, I optimized my code, which I'm kind of good job, pass me. This is like, not only is this code good, it's like optimized, which is wild. For Boyd and Boyd's, if global position does not equal that, and then we can we could add our self. No, I think it's always done by neighboring boards and not by the self. So I think that's okay, right? Maybe does how does Boyd's? Is it neighboring Boyd's? Boyd's cohesion. The Boyd's algorithm. Cohesion. Neighboring Boyd's. Other Boyd. If neighboring Boyd's is greater than 0. Okay, that makes sense. Yep, you guys have little member badges now. When you hit a year, it explodes. Okay. Some of this stuff is fine. Debugger. Did I misspell alignment distance? I did. I'm just stupid. All right. Separation force. Factor, separation factor. Well, we want cohesion factor. Cohesion force. Yes. Okay, for Boyd's. So we don't want to do Boyd count. We want to do if Boyd count is greater than 1, is greater than 0. Then we do the rest. Otherwise, cohesion force is 0. That makes sense to me. To avoid my... Okay, that makes sense. That code is good. Is this robust? This looks pretty robust. Let's see, let's just make sure everything is... Yeah, no, I like that. We aren't doing any weird vector math that's gonna slow this down a whole bunch, which is important. Because that's always very important. So we do this one with separation instead of cohesion. So this one we do this. Okay, if global distance squared 2, if global or void in force separation, that's fine. All right, because we aren't doing, and then alignment for void and voids. Alignment if global position does not equal that. If then so we do alignment. I think that's, yeah, alignment. I don't like how I named this, but it's fine. We add a check there, but we could... No, we don't want to do that because that's going to cause weird... That's why this void simulation that I wrote in the past didn't learn. I just found the... I was subtracting the void velocity from the actual... from the velocity average, but... that means it's going to freak out if it's... Well, that's just... It's just not great. It's going to freak out if the velocity average is 0, which it is if there aren't other void counts, if there aren't neighboring voids, so it just acts weird. Like, okay, no, it divides by 1. Yeah, no, that's still weird. That's wrong. That's wrong. Okay, that code's so bad. Well, we can get rid of this. We can get rid of this. We can get rid of this. Is this an if statement? That's not... I mean, we could put the if statement inside that, so only if it's a neighboring void will we do it. I feel like doing the distance squared to equation, I feel like that math is going to take longer than an if statement. I mean, I could add timers. Like, do 2 separate versions of the same thing and see which one is quicker. This doesn't matter that much for that. That's fine. Alright, so then if void count is greater than 0. Alright. Velocity, no, that should be cohesion factor. I don't like that it's called velocity average, but that's a fine. Well, that's kind of what we're doing. Is it velocity? Yeah, maybe? I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. Do we want to do velocity or speed? I think velocity is fine. Alright, this void stuff should work fine. Cohesion distance. And then we can change all of these to all sorts of different values, and we can make sure they work fine. Okay, I like that. I like that. All right. So all this is good. Now we just want to add screen edges. Oh, and they use the Kozen stuff. If the Boyd has a bias, that's interesting. Speed limits. I could do, but I don't think I'm gonna do bias. Anyway, I'll look into that. Maybe I don't think we need it for this. All right, so all of these work. Plus hunting. No, we're gonna get rid of hunting because we don't have hunting anymore. Rotation is good. Acceleration times delta. Limit length. Yes, that should work. Okay, and now what we need is the okay. 0.05. They do separation factor as 0.05. They have those two matched, and then they have their matching. They have all these set to the same? Okay, that's fine. And then I'll play with this later. Okay, so that works. And then we just need to add a little bit of code for the borders. So we can export var margin. Float equals, let's do 100, and then let's see, they put screen edges. Okay, I will steal from this Cornell professor. So let me add that. I do like the idea of adding a margin to the edges though, and then we can figure out the camera and everything later. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so, and by steal, I mean, do it with citation. Func. Bound, I'll just call this bound. Thankfully code citations doesn't really have anything. So I just need to, link it. Screen. using screen edges algorithm from there. But yeah, the actual... I always forget what IEEE uses. IEEE citation format. What do we use? I think it's... IEEE style is different, I think, than APA or MLA, which is exciting. But yeah, that's the one that I use because that's, I mean, this, it's usually IEEE citation stuff. For a SIGGRAPH citation, I think is citation style is no, does that use... Okay, they use author year. So no, citations are good because if you write a paper and it has a lot of sources, your paper automatically looks more authentic. Citing your sources is the easiest way to cheat. Just by citing, suddenly your work looks so much more authentic. So even if your work turns out to be sloppy, people will think it's real. Don't do this, but anyway. I'm thinking about a paper we were working with from Pixar, from Frozen, and it's this particle. It was this NPM simulation for snow. No, NPM method. Yeah, it was the NPM method for particle simulation for like particle-based fluid simulation, and it was for snow simulation in Frozen, and we were recreating the method for use in a paper, and they wrote their paper without once mentioning that the method has extreme rotational damping, to the point that it almost made it useless for anything else. It was so frustrating. I think it was NPM. It was like, oh, we were like wondering like why it kept on glitching out and like things were going to zero when they shouldn't be and like all this, and it's because it was damping the fuck out of everything. So annoying. Anyway, funk bound. So if global, okay, let's just look at so this is for a VGA display using a Raspberry Pi 2040, is how they optimize. But you know what? Sure. Can we get the screen size? Level size? Level size, Godot. How do you want to... Can you get begin and end? Well, we'll just do... how do we want to do this? We could do lower left, top right. Bottom left, top right? Sure. That seems... How does this... No, probably top left, bottom right in this coordinate system. Okay. Export static. No, that should be... Those should be static. Why am I doing those all as variables? Those should also probably be static factor, because I don't think we're changing... No, we are changing all of those, actually. Yeah, we're changing those based on the amount of charge. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We're good. Export static. So then we're going to do... Export statum... Top left, world top left, vector 2. How do you write vector 2's in? Let's see, vector 2. Equal. We're gonna do minus. Let's see, level. Let's see, let's look at the size of the void. We could do 500. We'll do negative 1,000. Negative 1,000, negative 500, I think. Yeah. Yep. That works fine for me. Negative 1,000. Negative 500. It's gonna be a very wide screen. I mean, I could just make it a square. We could just do... I could do negative 1,500, negative 1,000. I like... no. How do we want to do this? Let's just do negative 1,000, negative 1,000. That's fine. And then 1,000, 1,000. And then we can change that later. All right. What is wrong with expected static var? I am... Is that right? I think that's right. Yeah. Okay, and then we'll do world bottom right. Vector. Hey, wait, couldn't I just do a vector 4? Yeah, I'll just do a vector 4 for the world. It'll be var world. Nah, I want to add the world bottom right. Oh, what am I working on? I'm just working on an OffKai panel. Sorry. I can find the tweet actually where I announced it. Probably. Let me find her. Okay. Paper is... How do I get the link to this? I hate you, Twitter. I hate you so much. You're like... why is... Okay, there it is. Here we go. Yeah, pin message. There we go. That's what I'm working on. No, yeah, no, that's not a joke. That is literally what I'm doing. Yeah, it's basically a average shitpost. I'm not going to deny that at all. Okay, so if I just do that, world bottom right, and then we'll just do 1,000, 1,000, and then we can just make world coordinates. Yeah. Okay, we're just going to do... Okay, we'll just set var. How do we want to do this? We can set that there. Oh, we'll just do a few statics. Can I set that there? Static var? No, we'll just add var. Maybe we could static it? I don't know. I can look up how Godot script works later. Var top margin. Float var left margin. Float var bottom margin. Float var. Oh, actually, why am I even setting it with these? We can just set it here. Top margin is a negative 1,000. That works way better. Negative 1,000. Top margin, bottom margin is positive 1,000 because it starts negative negative in the top left. So, okay, this is fine. I'm not sure how to feel about the Godot coordinate system, but it's at least internally consistent, I think. So I'm okay with it. Left margin. Right margin. Minus 1,000. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's way better. Let's see at the start of the update for a particular blade. Okay, we'll add a turn margin, I guess. Sure, that's more var turn factor equals, and they set theirs at 0.2? Cool. Var maximum speed physics process. I think we just do a clamp speed velocity. Shouldn't we just clamp speed it? Yeah, why aren't we just... Yeah, let's just... We literally have a clamp speed method. Let's work on that. And then we want to do turn. Turn around. We'll just call... no, what do we call that? No, we'll just call that bound. Okay, so what bound does is it just... If velocity dot x. No, we don't want to do velocity. We want to do position. If global position dot x is greater than okay. Okay, let me see that. Is great then left margin. What we want to do is velocity dot x minus equals no because the left margin, so we want a turning factor. Okay. Physics process. And we'll add the rotation there. Cool. Alright. So we just do plus equals, okay, if global position LF global position dot x greater than right margin velocity dot x minus equals turn factor. Okay, cool. And then if global position dot y is greater than top margin. Top margin is greater than top margin plus margin. And because those are both statics, it should, that should work. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Yeah, because those are static values, the compiler should strip those out fine. Okay. That's fine, and then we'll just do top margin, should be another plus. Velocity dot y plus equals turn factor if global position dot y. No, that should be an elif. It's greater than bottom margin minus the margin size. Okay. Velocity dot y. I shouldn't name those bottom margin. That should be like bottom side. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. I can rename stuff later. Let's just. Oh, that's why. If we want to set that there, we can't export it if it's static. No, that's fine. We don't need to export these. We can leave these as static. I'm okay with that. We don't need to edit these in the UI. That's fine. Those values are fine. Okay. Let's go to level. Import. All right. All right, we need to find this as the main scene. All right. Script inherits from... Void. Oh, it's a... Okay. Extends character body TD. How did I set this up? Do I need to like move the script to somewhere else? Okay, this is a little bit annoying. This code should work besides that. Let's see. Let's open up the shmup project. Where did I put the script? Schooling fish? Oh, I changed the type. No. Ah, fuck. Change type. Character body 2D. No, we want to put the collision shape under it. And then this we can delete. Yeah, that should work fine. Level 2D. All right. Script inherit. Okay, fine. Here, we delete this. File, import, scene. Okay, this should work, right? 2D. But this code should be fine. So it can't script and Inherits from native type. Okay, that is a 2D. What? Yeah, that's fine. Why are you so upset? Level, why are you upset with me? Okay. Did I break something? Oh, it has a script attached to it? How? Okay. No, okay. How do I unattach this detach script? There we go. Okay, that's fine. Cool. Level, we can... Scene... Project settings... Display... Let's change this to 1000 by 1000. Close. Okay. Void, we can change this to... Script. What if we change all this to -500? And made these all a lot smaller, I think. Cohesion distance. Void. Bird sight. What is your actual size? It's like 170, so we want all these distances to be like... We'll max these out at 200, and we'll change this to like 50, maybe? Yeah, okay. And then the polygon, let's look at your size. Sure, that's fine. I think that's fine. Level... Okay, let's just place a bunch of voids around here and just see what they do. Sprite 2D. So that's the issue. Okay. Oh, it's a polygon 2D. That's why. Yeah, that should all work. Okay. That should work. Okay, I'm watching them go around 2D. Level. Oh, where's delete? Delete. No, cancel. Okay, let's try this. Oh, it starts at 0, 0, that's why. Duh. And then, okay. Oh, that... I'm just stupid. Okay, here, we'll just put a bunch of them and just see what they do. Void. So the left should be 0. Yeah, and then that should be 1,000. $1,000, and then that should be 0. Okay. I think that should all work. I think they need to spin way... Velocity angle plus... Okay, and they need to spin way faster, like 5 times as fast. Okay, yeah, they're kind of... They're kind of doing the flocking thing. These look fine. I need to tweak the variables to make them look better. Yeah, I'm simulating with Godot. I'm just using Godot because I don't want to... It's easy. Like, that's the nice thing about Godot, is it's just... It just works. All right, we want to make that maximum speed lower, and we want to increase the separation distance. Let's try this. Is the margin code not working? It's not working. Level void. What did I do as max speed? 0.5, how about? And we want a little bit more separation distance. Let's do 40. Something broke. What broke? It's whatever we're doing for the... Did I set the top margin should be 0? The bottom margin would be 1,000 and... The bound code is broken. Why is the bound code broken? Oh, it's because the fucking... Okay. It's because the turn factor needs to be greater than all the other factors. And they have all gone crazy. Now I think the max speed is having issues? Is this working better now? Oh my god. The clamping isn't working. The max speed isn't working. They go unstable. This is dumb. I guess we can clamp the speed after the bounds. Might be a good idea. Does that work? Okay, they all go way too fast still. Okay, the bounding is working correctly on the... Oh yeah, bounding seems to be working correctly. Okay, if we change the cohesion force back up... And then they'll try and gravitate to one another a little bit more, and they do. And they've gone unstable. Is the clamping not working? Like, that's why I'm so confused. Here, I'll actually pull them up. Okay, the cohesion factor is way too high on that. We want maybe that to 4, and then the alignment factor should maybe be 3. And we'll set this to 300. So I'll try and get the screen capture up for it. And then I can show you guys. It's annoying though. I think a window capture. Create new. All right, here you guys go. We'll put that there. And we'll move Grib and I. That's fine. And I'll show you guys what the fuck is happening. Okay, where's Grib? Where's Grib? Okay. So here is what's happening. Is it capturing it? Well, this one? It might need to be game capture. Okay. Why is this not working anymore? Something broke. Oh, the controls. Controls go here. There we go. All right. Why is that showing a window? Let's change this window capture to a... Yeah. All right, let's add a... Maybe a game capture will work better? Specific window... Window title must match. There we go. Okay. Here you guys go. We can kill the text and we can kill this. So this is the simulation, right? Do you notice something wrong? we're gonna redo. So first off, they're not supposed to fly past the screen. They're not supposed to leave the edges of the screen. Secondly, they're not supposed to go that fast. These are both not what they're supposed to do. They're not supposed to escape like that. There's something wrong. Why are they like this? All right. So let's add a... var length if is greater than max speed. Debug. Print debug. Okay. So now if they go too fast, it'll start screaming. Yes, they went way too fast. Is it because I'm squaring the... Yeah, so we're going to... You know what? We're gonna get rid of the min speed. That's fine. No, wait, no, I don't want to open up a second instance of Void Simulation. No, this isn't what I want to open. Project. Quit the project list. We want to go back to the... shmup. We want to go back to the shmup code. Cause, all right. I set maximum speed to like 5. Okay. Maximum speed 1? Will this work better? V length is not... Okay. So what this does is we can just file locked or in use? Fuck. Okay. Okay. Well, now... Okay, let's set the speed to 5. Okay, this is working a little bit. Okay. The clamping, the speed clamping just wasn't working right. I don't know why. Okay, so let's make the cohesion factor way lower and probably increase the separation factor. Here, let's increase the alignment factor and increase the separation factor. Oh, it's because the minimum distance squared was glitching. Oh, I know why the bounce wasn't working. I'm stupid. It's because I was squaring a negative number. No wonder I was having trouble. All right, they're this is more or less what they're the parameters are all wrong. Like the separation factor I think is good. The alignment factor should almost be higher, and the cohesion factor should be higher. Okay, well that's... Yeah. They're flocking. I want to make the separation factor way higher. There we go. So now they just do a little bit of a better job of avoiding one another. And we can make the separation distance a little bit higher. So this should allow for less collisions. Did it load the wrong thing? It is loading the wrong thing. Why are you loading the wrong thing? That's not what I want you to load. I want you to load that. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's... Okay, cool. That's working. The parameters are going to need to be tweaked to hell and back. But they are flocking. Like, that's successful flocking behavior up there. It's kind of hypnotic, honestly. Yeah, okay, cool. No longer any weird glitches, and now it's mostly parameter tweaking. Now if I make them a little bit more distant, they're a little bit clumped. What if I make them more like, how will this work out? Okay, that's kind of more what I want. I mean, in a crowd, they're going to be more clumped, but this is, I like how this looks a little bit better. Okay, yeah. They are flocking. This is all fine. Cool. Like, it takes them a little minute. And they're a little bit jittery. I mean, we could just fix this by, like, slowing down the rotation speed and stuff. Because the jitteriness is, like, true, I think. Alright. So this works. There's only one thing to do, and that's add, like, 50 more? And see how it goes. And then we could tweak some more parameter. I mean, there's a bunch we can do. But at the very least, the simulation is now like the basic Boyd simulation with the distances in the Cousin paper. I don't know how to pronounce your name, I'm sorry. Couzin. I also don't know where he's from, so... Why is it loading that one? No, you should be loading this one. No, here. There we go. It keeps loading my code for some reason. Yeah, this is pretty decent, I think. Like, the bounding force is a little bit weak, but that's fine. They are doing their best. The separation distance should be a little bit higher, I think, because there are two overlapping right now, but we can tweak all of that later. They are... Oh yeah, and they split off into two flocks, and then the flocks are going to reconvene, and yeah, okay, I like this, I like this. This is... The simulation works. This is... I'm not seeing any issues. This is all how I'd expect the behavior to go. Speed clamping is working. Bouncing is working. It's just fun to watch them. They're little creatures. And I made a bunch of them. And I'm pretty happy with that. This just... I have to pay child support for all of them now? That would be criminal. Alright, hold on. Is there a way to like screenshot this? Trim. New. Window. Window. Yeah. Now I can post they live. Cool. Yep, okay. Yeah, so I'm pretty happy. They work. That's huge. This is like just the fact that I got to the point where they're moving around and flocking, and yeah, it's just like, okay, the bulk of the work is done now. Yeah, I mean, they're not trying to circle yet. I haven't coded in the circling part. This is just all the flocking and Boyd algorithm and then a bunch of the expanded stuff. So now I need to add the circling. And I need to add the circling, the spawning, and then the whole particle charge thing. But like, that's not bad. That's like very... Because I'm pretty sure now that I've gone through my code, like swept through it multiple times. It is pretty... It's fairly optimized, which is nice. And I think it's pretty glitch-free. Because this is based on old code that I've gone through, and I have a lot of fails. Like, I think it's pretty perfect, which is good. So, yep. Do I want to add the circling in today? I might as well get the circling in today. I think getting the circling in today would be good. All right, let's see. So for the circling code, they add there's like a predator type. So the collision shape. Yeah, I'm just an inherently lazy person, and I've tired, and I've not done programming in such a long time. Like, every time I get back into it, it's like just this huge... I've also just had really bad experiences with programming and stuff in the different jobs I was working and everything. So it's just this, it's not great. I struggle a little bit every time I try and get back into programming. I don't know why it's so finicky about what window is capturing. Whatever. Okay, but they are spawning. What do I want to do? I could add the predator. So we use a bird sight thing, which is it's on layer 1. I could add a second collision thing. So a bird sight, and then we could add like a bird fear. I don't know. Oh, the cat is just a little Gajinka version of Gribbo, my terrible little monster. I think she's like 2 or 3 years old. She's the worst. Just a terrible, terrible little beastie. The squid she's holding is actually these dog toys that we have. We have like 40 of them, I think. Like, we have a lot of these dog toys that I had to start buying from Target. They're the only things we found so that she doesn't rip apart everything stitched we own. It's like she is just as destructive as a dog is. So we have dog toys that she can rip apart instead. They're the only thing she they're the only pet toy we have found that she fixates on this much. Yeah, she only knows destruction and piss. She's so bad. Anyway, let's refresh this. Why is it so finicky with what window it's showing? Like, it's supposed... Okay, there we go. It's only supposed to show the void simulation debug window. Filter properties. Window title must match. I don't know. OBS is being weird. Anyway, I do appreciate the... Okay. So we want to duplicate this. We're gonna call that... We'll just call it Bird Fear. I don't love that name because it isn't necessarily accurate because... Alright, well, this collision shape, we're gonna change this to a red, to like a reddish color, and we're going to make this one transform. We're going to make it bigger. Oh, so we use we could change the masking. Oh, because that's a weird thing. They're using the site to flock, so the behavior is going to be a little weird. Because we instead want the actual body of the... No, we're still doing it based on the distance, so it's solved. We don't need to optimize that. Actually, that's fine. It's just if the site overlaps, then it still checks if they're within the right amount of if they're close. So, okay, yeah, no, that's fine. We have enough variables and now that everything is good. All right, we want to scale this up. Something like this. Bird Fear. Then the collision layer. Let's see. How does the layering and the masking work? Layering, masking, Godot, collision. I think the mask is the layer that the object. So we want this to only interact with layer 3. Layer 3 is going to be the fear object. And I go to we go to the young and brown paper. Young, brown, and Goodrich. Shaping goes in like torus forms through coordinated mediation. Yeah, that paper. Yeah, we're literally making the fear object. Yields the following order. It just repels it. And our mediator. But the zone of meteor predation needs to be smaller than the zone of nominal attraction. I get, okay, that makes sense, that makes sense, that makes sense. So we actually want the fear object to be not huge. No, actually, it... Yeah, how we do it is actually the bird fear doesn't matter because the bird fear... Anyway, we need to add... Let's add a node 2D. Yeah, let's create a new scene. And we're going to call this mediator. And all it does is... All it does is it has a... Void is... We're gonna change the mediator type to... Because all it is a collision object. Yeah, we just want collision object. Okay, why is... Huh. Alright, no, we want to remove this one. We want to delete you. Open. Okay, we do want to create a 2D scene, and then we will add a child node. Okay, we want to add a collision object. Okay, sorry. We want to add a... static body. Yeah, okay. We want to create a static body. I mean... Okay, realistically, we can... It doesn't need to be a node. Whatever, fine. And then we just need to add a... It's on layer 3, and it doesn't detect anything. And then we just need to add a... a collision shape. That's fine. Yeah, okay. add equation shape, and then now we just need to add a shape. We'll just add a circle. I like circles. They're easy and okay, cool. And that's fine. What are we gonna call this scene? We're gonna call you Mediator? Yes. Mediator. Okay. That's fine. So now on the level, all right, this void, let's just, okay, we're just gonna turn off the bird fear. I'll just do scale of 1. That's fine. I don't actually know how big these circles are. Collision shape, transform, because it's a scale, but like it doesn't quite. It's, let's see, it's like 350, I think, is the diameter. No, it's 450. No, it is 350. Yeah, radius 175. Okay, cool. Okay, so let's look at the script for the void. So then we're gonna add predation factor, export var predation distance float equals, we'll do this as 200, I think. And we'll make the 5 for the factor. I think that's fine. Get cohesion. Okay, func. Get predation. I would call this like fears. I don't love. All right. So what we do for void and voids. Var voids. So then we're gonna do void var predator equals bird fear dot get overlapping bodies. Yeah, that should work. What's the difference between get overlapping areas, get overlapping areas versus bodies? Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, func get prediction, and then we're just going to call that one Predator? Yeah. Predator, and then all we do is separation force equals, we'll just call that predation force for if mediator Is that fine? Making sure it's not empty? No, we should do for meat eater, and we'll just do that. We'll call it predators. For predator and predators. So we could actually have multiple loops if we do it like this, which I don't mind. For predator and predators, if yeah, so all we do is var all we do is separation. Predation force is just force plus equals global position minus predator dot global position. Okay, if global position dot distance squared to distance predator dot global position. Okay, and then if that is less than the predation, if that's less than the predation distance, then we add the predation force. And now we just need to add a predation distance squared. Squared float, and then that's easy. Predation distance squared equals predation distance 2. Okay. Okay. So this should thing from the settings so it doesn't show up for you. Okay. So at least it won't appear in the chat thingy. That's not the worst. Yeah, I mean that's okay. We'll just have get predation. Var predation vector 2. Predation equals get predation predators. That's fine. Acceleration plus predation. Okay. And now if in the level we put the single mediator there, we can make it bigger. Yeah, let's make you bigger. Okay, and now they should try and circle. No, trying to assign a value of type nil to a type of vector 2. Get predation, var predation. Oh, I forgot to return it. Surprised it didn't give me an error for before we tried. Okay. Well, now they avoid the center. Like, avoid a part in the center, but it's not quite... I think the cohesion distance needs to be way higher for them to do a torus. And then we can also make the predation factor lower. Do we want that at the same strength as the... cohesion? All right. Void, let's make bird sight way bigger. Okay. All right, and then script predation distance. What if we make this like 500? So it kind of works. They do avoid it. I think the strength is still too high. Yeah, I think the strength is way too high for any of the torus effect. They're kind of figuring it out. What if we really lower the cohesion factor? They still kind of try and do it. And what if we change the alignment distance a lot lower? Yeah. It's starting to resemble a torus. Starting to. They're a little confused. Okay, let's make the alignment factor stronger. 7.5. Okay, they're starting. It's starting. It is starting. It is starting to work. They are starting to circle around this point. All right, so let's make the separation distance a little... What will this do? Oh, no, that's separation distance. That's not what I want. I want predation distance. Let's make that... What am I doing? I'm trying to make them circle around a point. And they do kind of do it. They now do avoid it, and with the alignment. So a lot of this is going to be tweaking parameters, but they are... It's not perfect. I almost wonder if I want to add a attracting force there. And let's increase the speed that they can go up a little bit. Alignment distance. Make that 200. Okay, we need a much stronger alignment factor, I think. We can change that to 1 even. Or no, we want a smaller alignment distance. Yeah, we want 200. We can make that a little bit bigger. We could do like 240. And then we could increase the cohesion factor a little bit. That's way too strong. I think I need more birds. I think I just need more birds at this point. All right, let's... What if... Okay, we have now... tripled the number. It got a little laggy all of a sudden. Oh, that they're doing way too many compare. Oh, right, because the site, we made the site thing so big, so they're now... Oh, that's bad. So it's checking against every single one. That's bad. Okay. Oh, that's so... Damn it. All right. Bird site. How big do I want? Oh, well, no, we want this half of that. Here we go. That should work way better. Okay, cool, yeah. All right. Hold on. Let me make sure you guys can see it. No. OBS, why? OBS, you bastard. Yeah, there we go. All right, we're gonna get them a little bit to go, but they are... They are circling. There is a torus effect. Like, it's not as good as I would want it. I'm gonna need to look into the paper a little bit more. I think there might be an attractor there. Like, I think they might have like like an attraction to it and also an avoidance to it. But they do circle. Which is good. Let's see, void. Export var. Here, we'll call it attraction factor. Float 0.05. And oops. Okay, attraction factor, and then we could add an attraction distance. Export var attraction distance. We'll make that 200, and we'll make that equal 300. This might not work well because of the bird fear. Oh, the bird fear collision shape can be huge, actually. Hold on. What am I worried about? That can be huge without an issue. Okay, and then mediator, void script. Here, we'll do the attraction distance will be 200. Okay, now we just need to add attraction distance squared. Float. If we use the different attraction things, we could have a few different ones, but we could use the same thing, and we could use the same approach for we could use the same thing for looking towards the looking toward, like, having it just set for rotation for people looking towards the performer and looking towards the water group. That could be kind of interesting, actually. Just making the simulation just a little bit more lifelike. I can just add like a single green triangle that spawns, and you can kind of see people get distracted. And what am I doing the simulation for? I'm trying to replicate the Hamtaro circle, which is a like Wodage thing where basically if somebody starts singing at like an anime or idol event, starts singing the Hamtaro opening, a bunch of people start running around in a circle in the crowd. So I'm kind of trying to replicate that. Okay, so then we can just get predation. It's get attraction. Or predators. Distance 2. Okay, if I want to do cohesion, global position. No, we want the predator global position minus Oh, and we never multiplied it by the factor. Oh, that's also... okay. I wrote that wrong. Okay, predation... we'll call that attraction force. Attraction force times equals attraction factor. And predation force times equals predation factor. Okay, we'll name this attraction. Okay, and return attraction force. And now we just add get attraction equals get predators. Var attraction vector 2. Okay. Var plus attraction. Oh, it's because the force is so low. So let's change... we add the predation factor to 1, and then I'll set that to 1. We want attraction distance to be way higher, and we're gonna change that factor way lower. Starting to not suck. We want the attraction factor to be way lower though. What about that low? We want the size to be bigger, I think. Change that to 2. We want a bigger hollow. Okay. Here, I can reset it for you guys. Play the right window, please. Thank you. They are kind of circling around it, which is nice. I think adding the little attraction thing for this is good. Now we want the cohesion factor a little bit stronger. And then the separation distance. We could even reduce that, but then increase the factor. Oh god. No, that's... that's not great. Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay, let me. Okay, this worked. Just the distance was too much. They were doing too much math at any given time. It was acting on too many voids. Ah, why will it not show you guys the right thing? This is so annoying. Okay, now it's showing you guys. All right, let's see how this works. Yeah, too many people. Circle is too big. I need to adjust the parameters, but I think like there definitely needs to be a lot of parameter adjustment. But I think as a concept they're working. You can see them try, and so like if we lower the cohesion factor by a bunch, will it work better? This works better. It's not like it needs a lot of fine-tuning, obviously. But and you can like see some of them get really confused. But it is at a Taurus. I think the cohesion should be... what if I ramp that way up, but then make it way smaller? No. I'm kind of glad I didn't load it, because this is bad. Alright, 402. Please just load the right thing. There we go. Like, it's not perfect, but it's at least something. It might just be too many birds, honestly. I mean, you can see that but you can see, yeah, the Taurus effect isn't. I'm gonna try and compare to the other stuff. But at the very least, it is doing what I want it to do, just the parameters are a little bit out of whack. Like... you can see it starting to lag at times, too. As they get too close to one another, and it starts trying to do math on every Boyd at once. So there's definitely some optimization I should be doing. I thought the optimization was already pretty good, but... there might be, like, optimizations could be max number of neighbors that it takes into consideration. Because if a whole lot of things are clustered, then you can kind of use the, you can kind of only consider the nearest neighbors, probably, or... They're flocking. I mean, at least they're flocking and they're leaving a hole. That's what I want. Okay, what if we get rid of any of the attraction distance? What if we set this to 0? Um... The cohesion distance, I think, is way too high. Yeah, there are pairs of voids on top of each other because the separation stuff is just not working. What if I do 1? Okay, hold on. This is starting to work better. But yeah, they're way... We really need to ramp up the separation. Like 150 maybe? But now I'm worried that it's going to overpower everything else. Yeah, the separation stuff overpowers everything else like this. I could change this to 50, but then ramp that up to like 10. Nah, they're too clustered. Okay, I don't hate how close they get though, but let's add a separation let's add the attraction distance. So now they all try to gravitate towards the circle. Oh god, oh god. Oh god. The parameters are like so important for this. I mean, it is now kind of a tour. This isn't terrible. What if we ramp up the cohesion factor? Fuck. Okay, let's ramp up the... Okay. What if we ramp up this? I mean, the simulation works is a nice thing. I mean, there could be a lot of, optimization. Okay, we need to ramp up the predation factor. Is part of if we do that. Yeah, it doesn't quite work. All right. We could change the cohesion distance to that. Change this to that. This work better? Oh, I think I'm starting to figure out where the simulation is having issues too. Because it's not actually in the distance. The part that I thought would be the least efficient, I did very, very, very efficiently. The part that I thought would be kind of trivial, I did incredibly inefficiently. Because I'm good at this. They're starting to kind of figure it out. Not really. I feel like I've just fucked up with the, okay, well, at the very least, they are leaving a hollow. Yeah, this isn't... this is way too strong. Alright, the affection track should be lower. Alright, well, I'm gonna look for some variables. I'm gonna reread one of the papers. But I have the foundations in place to try and get the torus. I mean, we sometimes get it. It's just, I want it to be more consistent. And I want fewer of the boids not doing, like, I want fewer of the boids having issues. It's thankfully just a lot of parameters. Like, this is starting to... They're starting to circle. We need to turn up the cohesion distance to 350 here, maybe? Will that work? Oh, hold on. Hold on. No. Alright, well, I'll need to play with stuff a lot more, but they are kind of doing it. What if I turn down the predation distance a lot? I don't think it is working well enough. I mean, it's probably working well enough to call it for the day, and then... Here, I'm gonna try and... Let me change some more distances. 300, 250 maybe? And 1.5 maybe? And change this to 3 maybe? Let's see if it works. Nope. The annoying part is I have to keep on pressing play until it eventually hopefully loads the voids instead of showing you guys the script. That didn't do what I wanted it to do. I mean, okay, there is a... If we could change this to 0, Change the predation distance. Let's see how this works. There's no attraction. No, we need the attractive force, I think. Oh wait, that's... I changed the wrong thing to 0? No, we want an attractive force on it. We want them to gravitate towards the circle. Conceptually, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, we want the middle of the circle to have an attractive force. I mean, also probably part of the lag is we're doing rotations, we're drawing the polygons. There's a lot of optimizations we could be doing. Oh no, I see. That's where the lag is. Oh, I'm stupid. Alright. Alright, let's make a much smaller hole, though. Why do you do this, Godot? No, please. You have the right... You have the right title. There we go. I mean... They're a little bit too cohesive. I think the factor is fine, but maybe we reduce the distance? I mean, they're kind of doing it. There also just might be too many. Like, they're getting confused. Yeah. What do you think about using external editor? I like the internal editor a lot, actually. I've never had a problem with it. And I'm not big into the whole using a particular editor for things. I don't like using full Visual Studio because it's just laggy and clunky. Visual Studio Code is fine, but like I've done programming in Notepad++, I've done stuff in Emacs, I've done JetBrains, I don't, if I need to, I am fine with whatever. Okay, hold on. This is not terrible. I'm watching it. It's not perfect. It's not perfect. Because I want to make a really tight circle. Like, I want it to be really good. I might just add a bigger simulation space. But I don't hate this. Tomorrow I add spawning mechanics, and yeah, this is like, it's not perfect. It's very much not perfect, but you can kind of start seeing them do what I want them to do, if that makes sense. A lot of this is just adjusting parameters, adjusting distances and all of that. No, I rescheduled yesterday's stream for tomorrow. All right. So I was just going to call this a... I mean, honestly, for the... I did kind of want to use this with one of the... like, this is just fun. I want to play more of Heather Flower's fishing game. I will say, though, I am learning more Godot, which is always good. Eventually, maybe I'll start working on some games and stuff. Okay, I'm not hating. I guess tomorrow's gonna be a Godot stream. I'll change the title. I mean, this was all... I thought I would be doing more research and less stuff, and more, more stuff I can't show, but it... No, this is pretty good. All right. I am not unhappy. Let's see. I have less than 20 days because I'm leaving a few days before the actual thing. I'm arriving like Tuesday. Convention's on like Friday. But I'm way more optimistic now. Because they're kind of doing what I want them to do. And we fixed the problems. I need to do some optimization. I need to hold down. Basically, the math after distance check causes lag. It's not, I will say this is not super, it's pretty well documented, how to write Boyd stuff. It's a pretty conceptually simple thing. It's mostly, I mean, the stuff I'm doing, I'm adding a whole lot more variables and a lot more behavior, but you're basically calculating 3 weights and adding them together. You try to make sure the voids don't run into each other. There's like which is why they try to separate when they get too close. You want the voids to cluster together, though. And you want them all to kind of match their angle and like the speed they're going. Because that's how you get them looking like a cohesive mass. And matching the angle is good. You can see how they make the circular movements, but it can also cause a lot of issues. But I'm pretty... It's not perfect. There's a lot of room for improvement on this. I really, really need to figure out the proper... like weights, like the factors and stuff. I need to tweak all the parameters a lot. And I'm going to complicate the model even more by having people join in the flock in the audience. But the core part was the Hamtaro circle. I'm trying to do the Hamtaro circle in a crowd, which makes things a little bit more complicated. But I'm thinking I can... This just gives me a lot of hope, watching them do the flocking in a torus. I'm going to need to read more, look at more parameters, look at some professor websites. But it is working. What if I crank up the attraction factor? What if I double it? How will this work? Will that help at all? So turn-based stuff can be pretty... It can, like, I don't know. I mean, well, first off, I have a lot of programming experience. I've done programming professionally. I've done graphics programming professionally. I've also done a lot of research on simulations and stuff. Like, I've done research work, like academia work on simulations. I've programmed simulations. So this is... And I was vice president of our game dev club in college for a little while. So, like, I'm familiar with a lot of this. Where we did a lot of game jams and like semester-long or year-long projects, and so I'm very rusty. I've not worked professionally in programming for over a year. You know, I got laid off from my team, and just trying to find remote work right now is not great. But this is the kind of stuff I've always been interested in. So, I don't know. I mean, I think with the thing with Godot is you need to watch and read tutorials, because it is based around having a certain mindset to how you approach things. And it becomes exponentially more difficult if you don't follow that mindset when you're creating your project. Thankfully, it's way simpler than like how Unity structures things. Or a lot of other things. It's like it's pretty intuitive. But it's different. I mean, I think if I didn't get into programming, I wouldn't have become a VTuber. I think if I'd never got into computer graphics, I don't think, like, programming, I don't think I would become a VTuber, because that was kind of what led to my fascination with them in the first place. I mean, maybe I would have. Sorry, I'm just watching them on my screen. Like, you know, they're not perfect. There's a lot of things, but they've gotten a lot better at this. I think ramping up that was the right idea. But yeah, I'm gonna need to do so much tweaking. But they're circling around things. They're not They are circling, and it is pretty consistent, and it's usually one way, which is surprisingly a difficult problem. I think the two big problems are going to be, naturally they want to spread out, which is both good and bad. I wonder if I could make the circle bigger or smaller based on the number of voids. All right, well, I'm gonna write that down. Math after distance and expanding circle, because if in a Hamtaro circle, they have a small circle at the beginning, and then as more people participate, the circle expands. Yes, that is... I kind of like that idea. So they try to expand the circle, but... no, we do a lot of optimizations on the distance. There's gonna be a lot of weird stuff with expanding and shrinking when it yeah, there's a lot of... Zeboids are really cool. That's what we use for crowd simulation. We use them for crowd simulations, and we use them for like birds and fish, because they kind of make that flocking pattern. But then they're also like applied for like user agents and stuff. Like I've seen them used some stuff for like robotics. They're interesting. User agents is the wrong word. Agents was... I don't know why I said user agents. I don't know. They're interesting to me. And when you get them going, they're just such a good looking little simulation. And they're conceptually so simple. There's... Like, I have overcomplicated mine because I wanted a lot of parameters for tweaking. And I'm trying to optimize for Godot at the same time. And, you know, I'm trying to do something counterintuitive with them. So it took me a little bit to get them. Also, just, there were some weird bugs in my code that were, like, obvious on hindsight, but... But yeah, so, like, I want to make them tighter. I want them to be, like, narrower. I don't know how to make narrower flocks. I could probably look that up. I'm probably going to be doing a bunch of reading tonight. I mean, I like making my code flexible. That's just kind of how I mean, I was writing APIs and stuff for other programmers, so like I'm used to doing kind of tooling code. So I'm used to writing little bits that then can be used in different ways to do different things. So I'm trying to make this as like flexible and as expandable as possible. Also, just for research, I'm trying to create a framework, basically. There is a circle. They are doing a circle. What if I make this circle really big? Like, what if we make this 350? How will you guys look now? They're a little bit freaked out because of the... Okay, no, we want this to be 300, and we want this to be... Okay, 300 I think is probably closer. What? There... I think the turn factor is too low. I'm afraid if I change this, they're gonna escape. But maybe that's fine. What if we change the margin to 0 and no? Yeah, we want the turn factor to be slower than... Yeah, we want this to be way higher. That's too much. I mean, that's not terrible. Okay, let's make this smaller again. Kind of? I think there were a lot of issues with how close we are to the edges. Because this is... Yeah, I think how close we were to the edges is creating a lot of issues. Oh, most of this project is going to be the 20, unfortunately. Okay, what if we make the contagion factor 4? And I make the cohesion distance higher? Okay, I'm gonna try this again. Okay, what if we make that attraction distance really high? Oh god, it's breaking. They got too close. Yeah, when they get clustered, it's lagging. It's one of the... Okay. You know what? Project settings. $2,000. Scale? Close. All right, I'm gonna do something crazy. I'm gonna change that to 4,000. Okay. Okay, no, that doesn't work. Yeah, I don't like that it doesn't show sometimes. 2D level. How much bigger do we want that mediator? Mediator scale. Whoop. let's save that and let's see if that changes how it is on the level. Yes, it does. Okay. So we can move the mediator towards the middle. And then we want the attraction distance to be way, way bigger. Void script. Attraction distance. See you, silly bun. Oh, I could honestly drink a little tomorrow. That might not be terrible. Okay. Now let me see how this works. Why will it not show it to you guys? Please, just show them the right window. Hi, Mindmaster. We're now in the Godot, mines. Okay, what about this? Does this at least show them? No, it doesn't. Okay, it finally is working. Kind of. Those wandered off. I think I have those values wrong. 2D. Script. Game. All right. No, we want the... We probably want it to be set as 2000, right? Yeah, they're supposed to be in a circle. Okay, well, I need to change the margins back. Okay. All right, now this should, hopefully they don't freak out when they hit halfway. You guys are supposed to be going to the circle. You guys are supposed to go towards it. Also, I'm really wondering about the... Okay. Mediator. Oh! Do I need to do a separate attraction? Fuck. Okay. Duplicate this. We'll call this the attractor. Predator. Okay. So we'll do this as the attractor. It'll be huge. And then the predator, we will scale much smaller. So we want this to be about 200, I think. Oh, okay. Hold on. We can set the radius here, and then scale will be 1. Level. Okay, and then the attractor, we want... the scale to be 5. No, we want this to be 7.5. Yeah, so then we want to set this to okay. So we want that to be set to 750 level. Okay. Oh god, it froze. Okay, that's fine. So we've crashed that. We can put the blades here. We can grab all 80 of these fuckers. Put these here. And then mediator, we're going to put this one on collection. We're gonna put you on 3 and you on 4. It's been 2 hours of tinkering. You think it's less of a circle? Yeah. I'm trying with a bigger... I'm trying something else, okay? 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 200, 750, and then... Bird fear. I'll call this curiosity. Sure, I like bird curiosity. All right, and you're going to name it Bird Curiosity is going to mask on 4. Actually, you don't need to have textures either. Okay. For attraction is going to be okay. We're gonna call that var predators, var attractors. And we're gonna call that bird curiosity. Okay. Is this like the Megaverse? No. What does that mean? Okay, mediator, attractor. Should be in collision layer 4. Predator should be in collision layer 3. Okay, should this save? Scene. Oh, right. Project settings. 1. Sure. Oh, okay. Here we go. It was doing weirdness. The repelling force is too big. Attracting force isn't big enough. You can see them all freak out. All right. level. So this should be 2000, I want to say. 2D level. Oh, it should be 2000 x 1000. Okay. And margin of 100. 1000, and that should be 2000. Okay, no, we really need to change some of these. Okay, we need a attraction factor 4. Mediator, 2D. We can make the attractor smaller, maybe? 100. Okay, level. Oh. No wonder this wasn't working how I thought it was. Right, we did it literally half what I thought it was. Okay. We were doing it based on radius. 100. Scale 1. Okay, level script. We want you to be 1500, not 750. Radius and diameter are different, apparently. Are you still not? It's not working how I thought it should. Okay, I think the predation factor is way too high. Predation distance is 100. No. Oh, I am stupid. No, it should be 750 because this is based on radius. But we can make this equal to 1. That's weird. Why is the alignment? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Attraction should be something like this. Did I forget to save? No, I did. There's a bunch of these values are... Okay, cohesion distance. Let's set that to 100. Okay, predation distance should be 200, I think. All right, let me 2D. Let me go to mediator, collision shape should be 102. Okay. Way less cohesive. Maybe I should increase the cohesion. The predation factor should be higher, I think. 7.5. Cohesion distance should be that, but okay, let's try this now. Yeah, I realized one issue is I've been working with radiuses when I thought I was working with diameters for some reason. Okay, no, we want these. We want the cohesion distance to be way bigger. Oh, you poor boys. Okay, let's see what the shape is. Radius 170. Okay, no, 100. Scale 7. Is this gonna lag to hell and back? It is. No, radius 3.5. Well, I just realized one issue. Yeah, this is definitely way laggier because they're all trying to... Okay, the attraction force and the separation force need to be way higher. The cohesion factor needs to be lower. The predation factor should almost be a 1, and the attraction factor should almost be a 6. Maybe? No, that should be 350, and... No, that should be 200, I think? Mediator? 1... No, that should be 1400, yeah. Okay. Alright, let's see if it finally works. No. This one? No. Please. Okay, here we go. That circle is way too small. Yeah, it looks more like they're avoiding an invisible pit, is kind of the problem. I need them to try and go to the pit more. So I need that to be like almost overwhelmingly strong compared to everything else. Yeah, they are moving smoothly. Yeah, they're not congregating as much as I'd like them to. The, separation distance. Let's set this way smaller. Alignment distance. Okay. This is something completely different, but it is... Okay. Closer. Now we're still leaving. Alright, I'm gonna just turn this thing up to like 10. predation distance should be 20. Okay. I don't know what they're doing now. Unless the attraction isn't working. Oh, is the alignment factor way too high? No, I have this so ramped up. I feel like I'm calculating the thing to make them move towards the circle in the middle, like way too... Attraction force for predator and predators? Oh. God, I'm stupid. I did predation distance third, attraction distance squared. Okay, I figured it out. This isn't what I want. Okay, hold on. Okay. This is a circle. We want to make the separation distance, I think, bigger. Way bigger. Separation factor. Okay, hold on. Yes! Okay. Okay, so let's make the circle a little bit bigger. I think you guys are right on that. Level, and then we are going to change this to 300. All right. Okay, hold on. Oh my God. This is so good. They are overlapping a little bit too much. Let's try this again. Okay, no, that's wrong. Okay. We want them maybe a little bit closer knit. We can try 75. Oh, okay. It took a second. Hold on. Let me throw this up. Yeah, they're overlapping a little bit too much. So I need to figure out how to get the avoidance factor a little bit better. But I mean, I'm going to be honest. Like, it's not perfect. There is some window. All right, I'm gonna save this and I'm going to... Is it perfect? No. I'm gonna make the circle a little bit smaller, I think. Is it fixed at a certain range? Maybe it needs to kind of intensify as they get closer together. Yeah, I need to really tweak it. 40, and then I could do this as like 3. And I'm gonna make the predation distance a little bit lower. I think the 200 was fine. Not quite what I want. Not terrible, though. I think I probably want to make them a little bit further. 69, maybe? It's a little bit too... Okay. No, I think 50 seems to be a good value. Okay. I don't hate this. They're the object in the circle that they're chasing. The object is very, very, very big. I mean, they're all trying to go to the center of it. They're both trying to go to the center of it, and they're repulsed from another circle at the same position with a different, with a much smaller radius. If anything, I think the repulsion is a little bit too high. It's almost a little bit too much of a perfect circle. If that makes sense. It doesn't look like a crowd circle. Oh. Hold on. That's it. That's it. That's it. They definitely run into each other a little bit too much. I really need to tweak like the separation stuff. And we need I think we need to do circle sized based on the number of them. But like, that is what we want. This is like pretty perfect. That's like, I need to do a lot of optimization. And I need to, and there's still some more parameters, and then we need to add the crowd. The non-WOTA crowd. Yeah, it does the thing. It's a good starting spot. Rectangle. All right, I'm posting that on Twitter. Some of them are getting stuck. It's also really laggy. Okay. Yeah, it's not... So, like, it's not perfect. There's a lot of room for optimization. I think a non-static circle feels important. Like a naturally forming circle feels not terrible. If that makes sense? Yeah, varying in dimensions I think would help a lot based on the number of voids that are active. And we're going to want to change the attraction distance. It's a bunch of parameters, and then we're going to have the crowd join in. And there's optimization code I need to do. So I think tomorrow is optimize the code first. Add the crowd. No, add the non-WOTA crowd. And then add it so that everyone faces the and it makes spawning code. I think those are the big ones for tomorrow. And then probably variable circle. But I think between tomorrow and Saturday, I think I can get the simulation pretty perfect. God, it's laggy. And I know exactly what's causing all that well, I don't know exactly, but I thought it would be the distance check. I thought but no, they're all doing distance checks fine. The issue is the they're doing too much math. So it's a bunch of stuff that... Yeah. So anyway, they're like just the calculation. So I need to optimize the hell of it, especially if I'm gonna have a changing circle. Also, I want this all running in real time. This is real time. Real time in computer graphics is about 30 frames per second. But like, I want this, for instance, to like... These are just triangles. I would want this with 3D models. Well, I mean, it's all going to come down to how you optimize. But yeah, I think the varying circle is going to be huge for this. I think the novel things that we're introducing are going to be the varying circle. Because this is straight from a paper, but the other things are going to be the varying circle and the contagiousness of the act, like other people joining in, like two distinct flocks. That's going to be the big thing. I mean, at the very least, I think it's still yeah, no, the whole idea is it's going to be, because this is a crowd simulation, and so we want the rest of the crowd, and when the Hamtaro circle starts getting performed, a few people make the circle, and then more people gradually join in. So I think so that people joining in is going to be a huge part of this, I think. I think that's what's going to really sell it. Yeah, having people leak out or leak into it more, and then having the variable size, and then there's going to be like a separate separation from the crowd. I think the separation thing, the separation factor, yeah, we can probably do 2 separate separation things. One from other people in the crowd, and one for... No, I think it's... You're trying to avoid people. I was talking to them, and people said, no, we're trying to avoid running into things. Anyway, I don't hate this. I think this is a good place to end for the day. I'm probably going to rename... Cooper, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, no, yeah, we made it. It's almost been 5 hours. Yeah. Minecraft was 6 hours, this is 5 hours. We're finally getting back into streaming. Yeah. And I did membership icons. And we talked about magic for a while. No, this works. This is... Yeah. Okay, I'm happy. All right, well, I have to do a lot of optimization. And we're also going to have the random spawning of the voids and all this instead of having 87 of them manually placed. Like, that's stupid. That's not how you do this. So I'll write a spawner tomorrow. Yeah, I'll write the spawner and then the varying circle and yeah, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. The varying circle is gonna be a pain because of all the collision and all of that is... It's gonna be a slower call. I think it should be okay. I hope. Well, yeah. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow at 1 p.m. For more of this. It might not even matter if you could tweak the setting. No, I think having the expanding circle, to me, conceptually makes a lot of sense. The circle is only going to be as big as the people in it allow it to be. Oh, that's going to be such a fucking annoying parameter. That's going to be so annoying to set. It also will let us try and make the crowd around the same size. It's gonna be interesting. We'll play with it tomorrow. All right. I'm gonna call it a day. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for the donos. Thank you for the memberships. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna do the full paper in time. Honestly, there's just so much going on in my life right now. I'm like, But at the very least, we will have a full PowerPoint with running working simulations that I can record. So, but yeah, and then I will absolutely present the presentation too after OffKai on stream. So anyway, I will see you guys later. Otsubui. Bye bye.